Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. We are ready to get started. We are on Bill 38, Bill 31, Emergency and Disaster Management Act. Call the committee to order, and we are on Clause 72. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin. Members, shall Clause 72 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On Clause 73, member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. Minister, on Clause 73, when we were canvassing 71, I believe it was, the Minister kindly listed out a number of orders, and I just wanted to get clarity around one of the orders, and that was evacuation. I know that typically, well, maybe I should just ask, just for clarity, did the Minister say evacuation orders?
Minister.
Yes, that is correct, and it is under Section 77.
Member.
Thank you. The reason I ask about those orders is that I typically, my experience would be that those would be issued by certainly regional districts or communities, and so it sort of took me off the trail a little bit. Have there been often occasions when the province would issue those types of alerts? Now, I can appreciate that an evacuation alert might be for something more than I'm familiar with, which is, you know, in most cases has been wildfire. Excuse me. Although I have certainly seen evacuations because of flood, but they have typically come from either a local authority, a regional district, or a city. So I'm wondering, is that something that the province does often?
Minister.
For the purposes of being able to have a more fulsome conversation on the powers around evacuations, there are several subsections under Section 77. Would the member like to perhaps canvass there where we can talk about the specific clauses under Section 77, or were there, yeah. It might be worthwhile to get to 77 in order to talk through that in detail.
Member.
Thank you. That's fine, Minister. We can do that for certain. I do, before we canvass the rest of this section, though, I do want to get clarity around the Minister was kind enough to list a number of orders. And so I do have a question about Clause 153 and how it may affect this section. And the reason that I'm asking is because that is the compliance clause that obviously we'll canvass in great detail, but it might help to understand whether or not these orders can be affected by that clause before we start to canvass this section.
Minister.
Section 153 refers to penalties related to offenses, which is Section 150. And I believe the member's question is whether violations under Section 73 would count as an offense, and the answer is yes.
Member.
Thank you. And just for clarity, so as we canvass through 73 through, I guess probably roughly 77 or so, it's safe to say that items that are listed in these categories may be subject to those fines of $100,000 or a year in jail. Is that correct?
Minister,
Yes, that is correct.
member. Shall clause 73 pass? Members?
Aye.
So ordered, and the bells have rung, so we'll put the committee into recess. All right, good afternoon. I will call Committee of the Whole, Bill 31, Emergency and Disaster Management Act, back to order. We are on Clause 74, and I believe the member for Caribou-Chilcotin had the floor. Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get clarity on 74-1, where it suggests that by order require the person to give information. What information could be contemplated here?
Minister.
So this would be used in cases where a person has or controls information that's critical to another person that's exercising their power or performing a duty under this act. So examples might be information about the location of emergency supplies or the location of individuals who may be at risk of harm or injury due to an emergency, such as, in long-term care facilities.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. That the minister's referring to interim care facilities. What could you clarify what that is?
Minister.
Sorry, that was probably just me mumbling. Long-term care facilities was my example.
Member.
Thank you for that example, Minister. So what information, I guess, so I'm assuming that this has to do with the evacuation of those types of facilities, or unless I'm wrong about that, the Minister could clarify. But then, I guess, are we talking about patient health files and those types of things? Would those be shared?
Minister.
I think the member is right in that evacuations could be a I guess a scenario under which such information could be required, but it is not exclusive to evacuations. It could also be to facilitate the provision of supplies. So, as an example, a long-term care facility may be requested to provide information about the kinds of care needs of residents in their facility in order to facilitate the provision of supplies to the long-term care facility. It could also be used to, yes, request location information of individuals who might be at risk of harm or injury during an emergency in case evacuations happen. It would have to be, the request for information would have to be relevant to the emergency response, though. It certainly could not be just used to gather personal information for general purposes.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would hope not. I wondered in what situation you would be able to use that. So now, just so that I'm clear as we go through these next couple of sections, these demands or requirements or duties that need to be performed, I mean, this is under a state of emergency in the province, or can that happen? Can the minister demand these items at any time?
Minister.
Yes, these orders would be taken in the context of a state of emergency, and that's confirmed in section 71, subsection 1. Minister may make an order under this division, of which section 74 is a part, during the period for which a declaration of a state of provincial emergency applies.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And so I can appreciate that's under provincial emergency. What about regional situations where we have, for instance, the situation at Terra Ridge that we've talked about? Can the minister order under those types of circumstances?
Minister.
So the question is whether the minister can exercise these powers under the context of a state of local emergency where there is no state of provincial emergency. The answer is no.
Members, shall Clause 74 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On Clause 75, member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get a bit of a better sense under these essential matters. Now, the minister kindly laid out a few of these items earlier, and I know that we've had challenges with, I think the minister referred earlier to things like diesel and those types of things that might be either rationed or there might be other circumstances that would encourage the ministry to act on a number of different things. I'm just wondering if there's a history for this. I mean, I guess I can appreciate why the minister may have this clause here. It just concerns me about the broad reach that that may be, able to affect, a number of different things. I mean, when we identify supplies, equipment, and other items, I would suggest, some of these terms are a little bit vague. So I just want to get a better sense of why this clause is here, and has it been a problem in the past with getting these availability to these types of products?
Minister.
Thank you. So I guess the first thing I would offer is that this is not a new power. It actually already exists in the current Emergency Program Act. It is used in cases of emergency where essential supplies may become limited for a variety of reasons. So one example would be that during the atmospheric river event, because of impacts to fuel supply chains, a fuel limit was set out, a fuel purchasing limit was set. And I think the member will probably remember that in southwestern BC, consumers were limited to purchasing a maximum amount of fuel at any gas station at any time, at one time. During the pandemic, there were also restrictions used to prevent price gouging or predatory resale of essential supplies as well. So yes, this power has been used in the past.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Those are excellent examples. I appreciate the Minister's answer. I did want to just go to B1, which is restrain increases. I do know that, and we have talked a little bit about this over the last day or two with respect to hotels and different types of lodging opportunities. Now, I know that typically you know, if you're booking around a Fleetwood Mac concert or something, you can see the ticket prices going up on those hotels. And I wonder, will this extend to that in a situation where we see potentially people being evacuated from one community to another, where we see shortages of lodging?
Minister.
So perhaps for better or for worse, this power could not be used in the context of a Fleetwood Mac concert. However, yes, it could be used in the context of a provincial state of emergency if it was necessary, if it was deemed necessary, and that if not taking that action would pose a serious risk to public safety. But as with all uses of emergency powers, the preferred route is voluntary compliance and other legislative tools prior to using the big hammer that is an emergency power or emergency order.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. And just one more question on that topic. We talked a little bit about retaining or controlling the flow of other goods and services. Is this something that the ministry could demand of those lodging properties? I mean, could they demand under a serious situation that they preserve rooms, et cetera, for people that might be evacuating from other communities, i.e. you're leaving Williams Lake and heading to Kamloops. If that was the natural place for evacuation, if we had a situation where ESS was opening up, for instance, at the hockey arena and in the park and those items, so could you demand of those hoteliers and lodging properties that they remain available for evacuees?
Minister,
Okay, yes.
member.
Thank you very much. I wanted to understand with respect to item D, where, and I think I'll have some colleagues ask a couple of questions under the next clause about this, but under D, where it suggests that we would require a person to provide a service or give assistance, my question is around assistance. What could that mean, and what could result if a person was not to provide assistance? I guess I'm just looking for a couple of examples, or just to understand better what that might suggest.
Minister.
Thank you so much. So I heard three questions from the member, and I'll attempt to answer each one. One being, what does it mean to give assistance during response? It's not specifically defined in the legislation, so it just has its ordinary meaning. It basically means to help with the response and to be qualified to provide or give the service that we are seeking in that response. Second question being, is refusal to abide by orders issued under this section considered an offense? The answer is yes. It is an offense under section 150 and carries the penalties under section 153. And an example that we could offer is, let's say there's a catastrophic event and we required everyone who was qualified to provide medical assistance to immediately report to support response in that emergency. Certainly, wherever possible, we would seek voluntary compliance. However, in a truly catastrophic emergency, so I'm thinking as an example, a significant earthquake, there may not be time to seek voluntary compliance. It may be more expedient and prudent to simply issue an order and say all registered doctors and nurses are now enlisted to provide support and give assistance during this response to this catastrophic emergency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to assistance, I think I heard the minister suggest that if they were qualified, I think that phrase does actually refer to that as well. In the case of early response to wildfire, where we have had individuals that have attempted to assist in stopping a fire in its earlier stages, and there has been question on the landscape about whether that action is appropriate or not, and I know that there's been much debate and discussion about it, and I don't want to go through that here. But under this clause and under the fines that may be administered, if you happen to be someone that is or has contracted to BC Wildfire in the past, and in this case has attempted to assist in a situation like that and has been stood down, I guess it just seems contradictory to what this clause is suggesting, because it's suggesting if you're able, that you should do it. Not only that you should do it, but you ought to do it because you could be fined for not doing it. So it just seems contradictory to what's happening on the landscape a little bit. So I wondered if the minister could comment on that.
Minister.
There was no order issued during the 2023 wildfire season for that kind of assistance to be issued. Is in the context of this particular section, which is the ability for a minister to issue an order to require a person to provide a service or give assistance of a type that the person is qualified to provide or give, that power was not used during the 2023 wildfire season.
Member.
I didn't suggest it was, Minister. I was asking, in this case, it is suggesting that people do what they've traditionally been asked not to do. So going forward, if you have the skill set or have worked for BC Wildfire in the past, does this clause then demand that you provide assistance in dousing a fire in its early stages? Because that has been questioned a number of times. And so this clause actually says, require a person to provide a service or give assistance of a type that the person is qualified to and to provide and give. So my question is around fires that have White Rock Lake, I could name a number of them, including the Flat Lake fire, where experienced people have been asked to stand down. This clause actually suggests quite the opposite. It suggests that you must get involved and you must try to assist, or else potentially face very serious fines. So I want to get clarity around that.
Minister.
Yes, it is possible to issue an order under this section that requires qualified persons or persons with certain qualifications to assist in response, including wildfire response. It would only apply if that order was actually issued. So.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. Which order would the minister be referring to? Are you talking about provincial disaster, or I'm not sure which order the minister is referring to.
Minister.
So under Section 75, it notes that as per earlier Section 71, under a provincial state of emergency, the minister may, by order, do one of more of the following. Subsection 1E, subsection 1D includes require a person to provide a service or give assistance of a type that the person is qualified to provide or give. And so it is possible for the minister during a provincial state of emergency to issue an order that requires a person to provide assistance or give assistance of the type that the person is qualified to provide or give. But that requirement does not simply exist as a matter of course. It is a specific emergency order power that is available to the minister.
Members, shall Clause 75 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 76, the member for Peace River North.
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Caribou, Chilcotin, for allowing me the opportunity to ask a few questions, and I want to commend him for all the work that he and the member for Vancouver Capilano have done on diving into, did I get that right, Capilano?
No, you didn't.
Vancouver Langara, there it is, Vancouver Langara, on all the work that they have done, and I also want to thank the minister for all the contact that she did reach out this summer during the wildfires. It certainly was appreciated. But obviously regarding Bill 31, I do have a few questions on the next couple sections, this whole and just watching the debate over the last couple of days, it's going to be very hard to support this bill. It's just too many holes and issues and generally incompletedness of this bill. But within 76, the land and other property, over the past number of years, we've seen a deterioration of landowners' rights and the challenges around that. And we've been hearing loud and clear from many of my constituents across Peace River North and my colleague beside me here, Peace River South, and other areas in rural BC that again really see this as an assault on their land rights. And I guess I want to, if the minister could kind of clarify what is the difference within 76 with what is already happening now under a state of provincial emergency to what is being proposed here in Section 76.
Minister for Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the member from Peace River South, North, from Peace River, for that question and the comments as well. I think that they're really important because it emphasizes why the use of a declaration of a state of emergency is done so cautiously. So when the member is speaking to other colleagues in his caucus about why declarations of states of emergency aren't called too early, that is the tension. It's that when we declare a provincial state of emergency, it opens up extraordinary powers to government and the minister, and it is necessary for us to be prudent about their use and ensure that the balance is a good balance is being struck between actions taken to support public safety and the civil rights and liberties that all Canadians expect, deserve, and are entitled to. So to the member's question on Section 76 in particular, this section does carry over the powers of the minister that exist currently in the EPA with a few distinctions, two distinctions that I'll highlight. One is that Section 76, sub 1, sub G is new. So that is the ability to, by order, require the owner of a structure to have any damage to the structure assessed and give the results of the assessment to the minister or person in the class of persons specified by the minister. And then the other distinction between Section 76 within the EDMA versus the current powers that are granted under the Emergency Program Act under Section 10(1)D is that we've actually scaled back and provided more clarity about what the minister can or cannot do with personal property. So, for instance, under the EPA, I believe the clause had read something around the lines of a minister can acquire or use any land or personal property, and acquire in the Interpretation Act has a broader meaning that potentially included permanent acquisition of land. Under the EDMA, we have rolled that back and become, and more specifically stated that the minister by order may appropriate, so take use or control the use of any property, but only during the provincial state of emergency. So it actually cuts out questions around whether or not under a state of emergency a minister could permanently take over personal property.
Member for Peace River North.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. And just to clarify and to follow up on my colleague's question earlier, a provincial state of emergency, does 76 fall under local states of emergency as well?
Minister.
So Section 76 specifically refers to ministers' powers during a provincial state of emergency. Under Section 107, local authorities do have similar powers under a local state of emergency. However, those states of emergency, they don't cross. So a minister does not have these powers under a local state of emergency. A minister has these powers under provincial state of emergency, and a local authority has Section 107 powers under a local state of emergency.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Just to go back to the Section 76, and you'd mentioned civil rights and liberties, which I think is very important at any time. I understand during a state of emergency, I believe the ministry has always been able to cross lands to access a fire or those pieces. But 76(1)D prohibit entry into any structure or onto any land by any person. I just wonder, to me, I think this looks different now, whereas in the past, I think it was up to, if a farmer didn't want to leave their land, they wanted to protect their interests, their farm, their animals, and such. They did not have to leave before. Now what I see in this is this prohibits it and will now trigger, I believe, section 150 and 153, which is the $100,000 fine and jail time. Is that how I'm reading into this?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So what the member is referring to, I believe, is in the context of evacuation orders. Section 76 is not where evacuation orders would be issued. It would be under Section 77, which is the next section. So we'll just parking that piece for now. that and having said that, member is correct, or rather, I have to correct myself because section 76 1 sub G is new to the EMMA, and the rollback on the permanent acquisition of properties, and section 76 1 sub D is also a new line in the EDMA. That being said, the power that this grants the minister would have been possible under the current EPA as well, because the EPA allows for all acts necessary related to be taken. So this provision is really a common sense provision. If there was a structure or land that was deemed unsafe to be occupied or unsafe for people to access, this power would allow the minister to, by order, prevent people from accessing that property or structure.
Member.
Thanks. So I do want to confirm that. Section 76, or sorry, Clause 76, 1D is new. It basically then is, in fact, if someone does want to stay and protect their property, their home, it's deemed unsafe, they will now be facing fines and jail time. Is that correct?
Minister.
So for greater clarity, that is currently the case. It is even currently the case that that a person who has been ordered to evacuate from an area must evacuate. There is no provision, no legal provision that grants property owners the right to stay behind during an emergency evacuation order on that property, unless the local authority or the authority issuing that evacuation order has specifically carved out that class of person from not being affected in the order. So that's again under Section 77. This provision is less about evacuation orders and ordering people out due to an imminent wildfire, and more a power that allows the minister to prohibit entry into a structure that, let's say you have and actually we have seen this situation in the cities where we have a derelict building that is unsafe to occupy. If a state of emergency was, that would be an example of where we might issue an order to prevent entry into that building. Although I would say that in that situation, they would be more likely issued by a local authority under local powers than the province.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. I think with respect to G, I guess those powers already exist at regional district levels and local authority levels. And so I guess the question is, why would the province need this? I know in the case of Tara Ridge, which of course the minister is very familiar with, the order to leave the 4 units that have been damaged due to a landslide there, that order has come from the city of Williams Lake. And certainly it seems peculiar that the province would need that because, local building codes, all of those things, of course, are managed by the province, by the local authorities. So I guess the question is when, I can appreciate that, and I think the minister said that both D and G are new to this act. I guess, where would the province have any sort of responsibility with respect to buildings that they would fall outside of local building codes, local disasters, those types of things? So, because this is saying, which is a perfect example, Tara Ridge is a perfect example of where people have been asked to leave their structure because it's deemed to be unsafe, but that's happening by a local authority, with obviously the province backing them up. So I guess the real question is, when has this been necessary and why are these 2 clauses here?
Minister.
So there are a few scenarios that I can offer where the province, where it would benefit the public for the province to have access to these powers. One is in regions like the Stikine, which has no local authority. So during the wildfire season, it was actually I who had to sign off on a state of emergency in the Stikine region because it's an unincorporated area with no local authority to do so. It could also be used. It could also be used in cases of catastrophic emergencies. So it can be a matter of scale, catastrophic situation that with impacts across multiple jurisdictions where provincial intervention is needed to support response. It could also be used in the case where a local authority was unable to act as a result of a catastrophic event. So the local authority's governance structure was decimated, or where, yeah, we'll leave it at that. We don't have to get too dark here. Thanks.
Member for Peace River South.
Sorry for smiling at the minister's last comments there. So a couple of things before I get into the meat of a quick question kind of pertaining to what the minister's answers have been to date on this section. I just want to highlight again, I know this was canvassed earlier, but I just want to get on the record while I'm up here right now, and the minister's well aware, because I'm sure she has to have been receiving a lot of the same emails and concerns that the rest of us, myself and my colleague from Peace River North specifically, because of course the Peace River Regional District in our area has written to the minister quite upset with some of these changes, but more importantly upset with the timelines, requesting feedback by December 31st, and have asked the minister and the government to say that, you know, this is downloading and they don't have the capacity to deal with a lot of these things, and so have asked for funding for the regional district in order to achieve some of the feedback requirements that the government has asked for. So I'm just throwing that out there again because I don't, from what I understand, the minister has not, the regional district has not received an answer. And the regional district and others in our region have specifically on Section 76, this is why it's a concern for many of them. And back to the minister's acknowledgement just now that under 76D, that this is a new addition. And one of the challenges and the feedback that my colleague and I are getting is the lack of definition and lack of clarity around the intent of this section and when it could be used. I think the minister should be able to acknowledge that there's been a lot of angst, especially in a region like the Peace region, where they feel the government has overstepped their rights of taking authority and rights away from whether it's regional district or people who live in that area. We've seen that through some of the forced changes with no consultation around the caribou reduction, backcountry closures, some of the issues pertaining to some of the First Nations discussions happening in our region with no discussions back with local governments. And so the minister must realize that that's why there's a lot of people my colleague and I keep hearing from that are very reluctant and frankly scared about what this government is intending. So now that the minister's acknowledged that D is new, I have to say I'm a little perplexed, and I'm hoping the minister can again quantify this for me, because one of the examples she used was, a derelict building maybe in the Lower Mainland. If that's the example, I'm quite perplexed on why that would be in the Emergency and Disaster Management Act for this minister to say that she has the rights under Section 76 now to worry about a derelict building somewhere, that should fall under local government, under health authorities and others. So maybe I'll start by asking the minister to clarify why she would use that as an example, because that does actually lead to further questions on the roles, responsibility, and the authority that this minister looks like she's trying to have for herself and this government, which hopefully would understand with those kind of examples, puts a lot of fear and angst into people. So maybe we'll start with the minister, if she could again clarify why that would be used as an example under her authority.
Minister.
Thank you. So I want to acknowledge the member for Peace River South again, and his comments on the use of emergency powers. Emergency powers provided under the Emergency Programs Act and in the future under EDMA, they are broad in scope, and they do provide for the ability of government to take extraordinary measures that would not otherwise be taken except for a state of emergency. And again, this is why the decision to make a declaration of a provincial state of emergency is done in such a cautious and reserved way, and only when truly needed. And I think that will be important to remember because, again, not the member himself, but certainly other members of his caucus have called for provincial states of emergency for that to be declared prior to situations meeting the test of needing one. And that is because we do have to balance civil rights and liberties and freedoms, and ensure that when we are making a declaration of a provincial state of emergency to open up emergency powers in the way that these acts do, that it is something that is necessary for the maintenance of public safety and security, and not something that is done flippantly. And so absolutely, I understand the members' concerns about that, and understand the gravity of the use of provincial states of emergency and the powers that those declarations afford. Now, I do apologize if my example earlier was not helpful. I've been trying to use hypothetical examples in order to try to illustrate the various measures and clauses of the bill, and perhaps it would have been more prudent of me to add on to that example or rather combine that example with what I had said earlier around the scale of emergencies. So the intervention or the use of provincial orders that look similar to the powers that are available to local authorities, I think it's really a matter of scale. So on a small scale emergency, local authorities could certainly likely handle one or a few damaged buildings. However, if an emergency is of such a large scale, multiple jurisdictions across regions, could be beyond what a local authority could manage or handle because of capacity issues or otherwise. So for instance, if there was a catastrophic earthquake across a large section of the Lower Mainland, it may require provincial intervention to issue orders because it may exceed the local authority's capacity to manage the situation. And so the province could step in on request or as required. To the members' comments on the public engagement, currently I should note Section 76 is actually not a part of the public engagement process that is currently open. The current public engagement is on the development of regulations on post-disaster financial assistance and local authority regulations, whereas 76 is exclusively a section around the powers of the minister on behalf of the province.
Peace River South.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister. Also want to acknowledge her stamina in the situation of, this has been going on for quite a while, and, I hope the intent of this is not to make it look like this is any personal attack, I guess, at the minister, but more trying to quantify the actual wording and the intent of what the minister is trying to accomplish. The reason why, I'm and my colleague from Peace River North have focused on this specific section is because of, again, as I said in the onset, the lack of definition and the lack of clarity around what the minister is proposing with this section in Section 76, especially in some of the wording where it says, prohibit the entry into any structure on any land by any person. Taking a step back, I acknowledge the minister's commentary around emergency measures under an extreme circumstance. I think most people understand that in an emergency situation, they want to do everything they can to keep themselves, their families, their neighbors safe. But in also many circumstances, their life revolves around, in our area, let's say their farm. I will maybe use a specific example if the minister can indulge me on this, because again, people are trying to understand in our region the overreach of government's intent, which I am looking for clarity from the government to correct myself or maybe explain so we can actually do our due diligence and go back and explain it to people in our ridings. But an example, for instance, that I want to use is this spring, we had the evacuation of the community of Tumbler Ridge. The forest fire in that region got within a couple of kilometers. The minister is very well aware of this, and I also want to acknowledge, as my colleague did, and thank her for her personal phone calls and checking in on the community and making sure we had what we needed. That's not something we've seen by many other ministers or the government, and so want to acknowledge that because it is actually appreciated. We should all be working together to ensure people are safe. But in this specific situation, if it wasn't for the change of the wind direction, we could have lost an entire community like we did in Lytton. The fire came within basically a kilometer or two of Tumbler Ridge. So understandably, people were evacuated. Now the example I want to use, if the minister can use this example to explain this piece of legislation, there were people who did not follow the evacuation order, that stayed behind. They got their loved ones out, but stayed behind to do everything they could to protect their family's belongings and their home, and in some cases that's all the people have in their life, and they were there trying to protect it. So we had the emergency responders that were staying behind, which would be, I assume, under all emergency orders. They are in a situation where they are obligated or at least permitted to stay behind. But using this piece of legislation and the example I just put forward, for the, I'm going to say, half a dozen concerned community members that stayed behind in the community of Tumbler Ridge that were not part of emergency services, but were doing their best to protect their community because they wanted to do that. Under 76, I'm assuming the minister under this, and I know in previous acts as well, the minister is saying that they have to leave. They don't have a choice. The minister is giving them the order that they have to. And then, as my colleague said, interesting how that fits into section 150 and 153 that I know we'll get into later, because if somebody refuses to follow the direction of this minister and say, you know what, I'm willing to take the chance, I want to do everything I can to protect my farm, to protect my cattle or horses, to protect my house, does that mean that they have now opened themselves up to thousands of dollars worth of fine and a year in jail? I just want the minister to kind of, if she could, try to bridge that gap, because a lot of things when it comes to the punitive damages or the fines and jail time that we'll be discussing later, they do reference, you know, things that we're talking about right now, in my understanding. So can the minister explain whether I'm wrong, or if I am right, how do we explain that to people who truly at the end of the day are just wanting to do everything they can to protect their personal belongings and well, knowing they might be taking themselves into a hazardous situation, but as we know, some people are willing to do that because they don't want to risk losing everything. Can we maybe have a dialogue and minister explain to me if that's the situation? Are they contravening, and would they be fined or jail time?
Minister.
Thank you so much. So I think that we might be conflating some sections of the bill here, and I'll try to draw the connection for the member based on his example. Section 76, sub 1, sub D, an order would be unlikely to be issued under that section for what the member describes, because there would already be an evacuation order issued by the local authority. And so this would be kind of a double order doing the same thing. It's unlikely that an order would be used in that way. 76 sub 1 sub D would be an order that would be used outside of a local authority evacuation order of the kind that the member described. So the evacuation order in this example would have been issued by a local authority. In EDMA, it would be under section 107, local evacuation orders. And under section 107, ignoring an order to leave would be considered an offense. And it's considered an offense right now under the EPA, and it will continue to be considered an offense under the EDMA. And so it's an offense under section 150 and fines by section 153. And so it is already the case right now that if an evacuation order is issued on an area, that unless you are written into the order as part of a specified class of people who may stay behind for a number of reasons, that you must leave, and that it is the law. It is not an option. That being said, I completely understand why people are reluctant to leave. And we have heard from some stakeholders feedback around providing greater assurance around evacuation systems like permitting systems to allow certain classes of people to return to their properties to take care of cattle or to take care of their livestock during an evacuation order. And so although that is not directly related to section 76, I bring it up to acknowledge the anxiety that can occur during an evacuation order, that does occur during an evacuation alert and evacuation order, and the desire of government to improve communication and trust around those evacuation alerts and orders. For those who stay behind, it is important to note that they are not only putting themselves at risk, they're also putting at risk the responders who are responding to the situation, and potentially having people stay behind in evacuation order areas actually limits the kinds of tactics that can be used to address an emergency situation. So for instance, during the wildfire season, when people stay behind, responders, volunteers, like search and rescue volunteers who go door to door to try to evacuate people, they will return to those properties over and over to try to convince residents to leave, so they're not just putting themselves at risk, they're also putting at risk the first responders. We also saw in some situations having people in evacuation order areas, particularly in areas that are close to the to wildfires that are approaching, that it actually prevents the BC Wildfire Service from using certain tactics like backburns or direct attack with aircraft. It can, because they know that there might be people there, and so it actually increases the risk for everyone involved. All of this being said, we certainly did see in the 2023 wildfire season an opportunity to better incorporate trained and qualified personnel in community as part of wildfire response. That is work that the task force right now is exploring. But to the member's question, and going back to the EDMA and what's in this legislation, Section 76 is not quite relevant to the example provided. That example is likely more relevant to Section 107, local evacuation orders.
Members, shall Clause 76 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 77, member for Caribou-Chilcote.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the answer there. Minister, or Chair, I hope to better understand the evacuation process in 77. I didn't necessarily have a question about this until the minister referred to potentially Skeena and other areas throughout the community. I guess I have two questions. With respect to that evacuation order for whatever it may be, and also with respect to local evacuation orders, does this legislation extend to them? So I guess my question really is, in any case for evacuation orders that have been denied or rather ignored, can you receive the fine under 153?
Minister.
So refusal to comply with an evacuation order, be the provincial, issued by the province or local authority, are considered offenses under Section 150 and subject to subject to the penalties set out in Section 153. However, it's worth noting that the penalties set out in Section 153 are maximums. They are not minimums or even what a ticket would look like. Ticket amounts are in a regulation called the Violation Ticket Administration and Fines Regulation under the Offense Act, under the Attorney General. So right now, Emergency Program Act fines are they are set out in that regulation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Minister. I want to canvass a little bit the evacuation process. Is there ever a time where the province's order may supersede a local order? In other words, maybe let me rephrase that. If a regional district is reluctant, generally speaking, they take their advice, for instance, from other authorities, wildfire or other authorities. My question is, if a regional district was reluctant to issue an order, might the province step in that case and issue an order?
Minister.
Yes, I wouldn't say that it is something that would happen commonly, but it is possible, if necessary, for the minister to issue an evacuation order that, uh, uh, yeah, in that context. But keeping in mind that that power is only available if a declaration of provincial state of emergency has been declared.
Member.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Minister. I just want to get a better sense to who, under these orders that might be issued, who might carry out compliance for you? Would it be local authorities? Who would actually manage this?
Minister.
So EMCR does not have an enforcement arm within our ministry, so we would be relying on other bodies to enforce orders. The Violation Ticket Administration and Fines Regulation sets out who has authority to issue violation tickets, but it could include police, conservation officers, and so forth. We can certainly dive into this more deeply when we get to the enforcement provisions section of the Act. But for the purposes of providing a high-level response now, that would be the response. And then for enforcement of local authority orders, the local authority would be responsible for enforcing their orders at that level.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. It was actually, the question was whether or not an order by the province might supersede something at a local level. And so I guess my question is, could a regional district, I guess, be ordered by the ministry to do certain things? So in other words, I know that I know the pressure on regional districts. They are very concerned for all the reasons that the minister has mentioned about local states of emergency and provincial states of emergency. They're very, very concerned when they actually call, an evacuation of an area. So I guess my question really is that could the minister demand that a local authority do something, whether it be an order to evacuate or something else?
Minister.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I must have lost track of the questions. I thought that we had canvassed this a couple of questions ago, but I will repeat the response and provide clarification given the member's last iteration of the question. So it is possible for the minister under Section 77 to issue evacuation orders during a provincial state of emergency, including in an area where a local authority would theoretically also have that power. So if a local authority refused to issue an evacuation order that was needed, the province could step in and issue an evacuation order for that area. And then the latter question, part of the question being, can the province or can the minister force a local authority to issue an order? We do have a provision in the Act that allows the minister to prevent a local authority from exercising power, but not to force them to exercise an emergency power. And with that, Chair, I'm hoping we might be able to have a brief recess.
Absolutely. Committee will take a short recess, come back at 4 o'clock. Welcome back. I call Committee of the Whole, Bill 31, Emergency and Disaster Management Act, back to order. And we were on Clause 77, and the member for Caribou-Chilcotin had the floor.
Thank you, Chair. One last question on Clause 77, and that is with respect to C, which is authorize the removal of personal property from the area. I just wondered if the Minister could clarify what that would refer to.
Minister.
Section 77, sub 1, sub C, would allow the minister by order to authorize the removal of personal property from an area. An example might be if there was personal property blocking access to a road or an area where emergency response activities needed to happen.
Members, shall Clause 77 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. On Clause 78, member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. We've discussed a little bit about orders with respect, Minister, to hotels and that kind of thing. Under this clause, there is an opportunity for the minister to prohibit travel, which I don't think is a new power. But my question is, has the minister? I'll give an example. Last year, when we saw travel restrictions to the interior of the province, obviously the interior is a pretty vast area, and so of course it had a pretty dramatic effect on certainly resorts in the South Caribou that had an opportunity for business. But I think the order really was with reference to areas like the North Shuswap and Kelowna and areas like that. So I guess my question under this order is has the minister contemplated any of that? I mean, with respect to issuing orders for such vast areas?
Minister.
So all of the powers under Section 78 would have been permitted and permitted under the Emergency Program Act. However, we've taken the step of uh, basically spelling out what those powers and those orders actually are under the EDMA. So we provide greater clarity that these powers do exist. However, they would have been permitted under the Emergency Program Act previously, so they're not wholly new. Um, in terms of travel orders and restrictions in any emergency order, it is always our intent to only issue the order to the scope that is required. And so, for instance, the travel restriction this summer to prevent non-essential travel for the purposes of staying in short-term accommodations, I believe that was the phrase that we had used, was very targeted at travel for the purposes of staying in short-term accommodations. And it was targeted to specific communities as well. And maps were provided for the boundaries of where those orders applied. So wherever possible, orders should be as only as needed, and that does include that includes geographically as well, only in the areas that are needed.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for that answer, Minister, because this one is definitely a big concern. When orders do come through that are vague, and we've had them, whether they be northern BC or whether they be the interior. I mean, obviously that is a very big area, right? So I can appreciate that there are maps that may be published, but when broad statements are made by either this ministry or wildfire or anybody else, it doesn't matter who says it. It has a very serious impact, and I do know that, like I said before, the South Caribou was affected in a massive way. I mean, they lost a ton of business in the South Caribou where there was no fire, right? So anyhow, I'll move on from that. The next phrase is referring to businesses that might be prohibited to act. I wondered if I could get a bit of an example of what the minister might be referring to with respect to that clause.
Minister.
Thank you so much. I'll start off my response by acknowledging how this kind of power, or even though it already currently exists, just by spelling it out, I understand that it can create anxiety amongst business owners and the business community, that an order like this could be used in a certain sector or on a business. So I do want to reiterate my caveat that emergency orders are really measures of last resort. They are used when necessary, when not taking that action could result in a significant public safety concern or impacts to community. And so they are something that we do not, certainly I do not, relish using. So just want to reaffirm that that is the case, that it is not something that we want to use, that it is only available as a tool in case it must be used. So an example that might come up, especially in the context of the extreme provincial drought that we are seeing right now, it is possible for an order to be issued under this section to prohibit certain water-intensive, non-essential businesses to cease operation in a certain geographic area. So we can think of a number of potential examples. I'd prefer not to name them. I don't want to cause anyone panic or alarm, because we're not currently contemplating the use of this power. But that is an example of when the circumstances under which something like this could be used.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I can appreciate, and I'm glad that we're not going to talk about specifics, particularly within today's timeline. I guess as the Minister was relaying that information, I did think back to a time when, for instance, the province, with respect to transmissible diseases, had closed businesses like gyms and things like that. And so, of course, that was a challenging time, and I'm totally in agreement that, yes, the province has always had this power. I think what I'm concerned about is that now this is different in the sense that they can be fined for it. And I'm not sure if that power existed before, but if I'm understanding correctly, these are compliance issues that may be fined under 153. So could the Minister confirm that? So if the orders that the Minister was just referring to, Chair, were ignored, for instance, in the case of the watering, or in the case that the government has seen fit to close down a gym that chooses to open anyway, I think there were actually some fines that were imposed at that time, but they were much smaller. They were, I think, $2,500 or so. Now we're talking about an act that introduces a fine of up to $100,000 and certainly jail time as well. And so my question is, and I can appreciate that the Minister has suggested on a number of occasions that this is a final act when people have not voluntarily complied, and certainly that this is not the first thing out of the toolbox to make people comply. But I do know that there was much frustration in some of those closures with respect to gyms and other businesses. So I guess my question is, to be clear, these are compliance matters, and if I'm interpreting it correctly, that they could be exposed to the fines that are listed in 153.
Minister.
So yes, violations of or contraventions of Section 78 are subject or are considered offenses under Section 150 and subject to the penalties of Section 153, as they were or as they are currently under the Emergency Program Act as well.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. I thought that they might be offenses. The thing that I guess I didn't quite understand is I don't think we ever had fines of this size before. Now maybe I'm wrong, and the minister can correct me, but I'll move on. I just wanted to get clarity with respect to the closures, the hierarchy of what might be happening in Bill 31. So my question is that gyms, businesses like that, restaurants that were ruled to closure or to dining outside during transmissible disease all came through the Minister of Health, if I'm not mistaken, and through different means. They were health orders that may have been issued by Dr. Henry. So in this case, does the ministry now assume those types of responsibilities for those types of orders, and will it be this minister, Chair, that makes those orders?
Minister.
Thank you so much. So to the members' comments about fines, I'll reiterate that Section 153 sets out maximum penalties and maximum fines, and so that might help the member in understanding that piece. And to the member's question, the answer is no. The public health officer will continue to have their response powers under the Public Health Act.
Member.
Thank you. Then would the compliance of 153, would it move to that ministry as well if it comes through the health authority?
Minister.
Thank you. So the penalties and fines outlined in section 153 relate to the offenses laid out in section 150, which apply to the EDMA only. So it applies to the EDMA.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think the last question on this section is with reference to any sort of support, business supports. Has the ministry contemplated through those orders or closures what might be available for businesses that are affected by them?
Minister.
There is nothing in the EDMA that speaks to that.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm aware of that. I was asking if the ministry has contemplated that. You know, if the ministry takes the opportunity to close, for instance, businesses in light of wildfires or potential evacuation zones or any of the above, has there been any thought to any sort of business supports for that?
Minister.
I would say that although it is not contemplated in the EDMA, so the legislation itself is silent on this, certainly it is something that government regularly considers, both in the just taking a look at all of the impacts of all of the emergencies that we have faced. Depending on the context of the impact sector, different ministries will be engaged in those kinds of conversations. So, for instance, when it comes to tourism, I know that the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and Sports has launched a tour. Sorry, the phrase escapes me, but a, they're launching a promotion to encourage tourism into areas that were affected by the wildfire in the context of impacts to ranchers and farmers. Ministry of Agriculture has been working closely with stakeholders to understand that and how best to support them. So I guess operationally or policy-wise, as a government, certainly it is something that we're regularly that's regularly considered, but it is not laid out one way or another in the legislation.
Thank you, Minister. Members, shall clauses 78 through 81 inclusive carry?
Yeah.
So ordered. On clause 82, member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Under this clause, Minister, or Chair, sorry, I want to get a better sense of what the term retroactive might mean and what's being contemplated here.
Minister.
So this provision enables the Lieutenant Governor and Council to backdate a regulation, but not to a date prior to prior to the declaration of a state of provincial emergency. So an example, an example of this, and I believe it actually happened in the atmospheric river event, is, let's say, if dairy farmers are impacted by floodwaters, and that flooding inhibits regular inspection of milk according to a predetermined schedule, a regulation could be authorized to have the effect of ensuring that those dairy farmers are not out of compliance, recognizing the extraordinary state that they are in. But under Section 82, if we did not realize that this regulation was required until several days into the event, that regulation could be made retroactive to the start of the declaration of the state of emergency and cover off dairy farmers who might have otherwise been out of compliance for the first several days of the declaration state of emergency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I am confused by that answer, Minister, and my apology. I would love for you to just clarify that a little bit. So it looks to me as though when I read this that we could retroactively do almost anything that the minister wanted to a prescribed date or whatever, but you're referring to something obviously that happened a couple of years ago. So I'm just trying to understand what the intention is, and my apologies. I know it's late in the day, but I didn't quite understand. If Chair, if the minister would be kind enough to try that again.
Minister.
Yes, no problem. It was probably on my end, so let me try this again. So the retroactive application of response powers, it would have to be, first off, approved by Lieutenant Governor and Council. So this is not a power that exists just to the minister. It would have to be approved by Cabinet. And so, give me a second here. Okay, so retroactive regulation making authority is provided to give full force and effect to the provisions of a regulation prior to the date when the regulation was introduced. So
Minister, I think you muted yourself. We didn't catch the last little bit. If you wouldn't mind repeating that. Sorry.
I bumped the keyboard with my stomach. Retroactive regulation making authority is provided to give full force and effect to the provisions of a regulation prior to the date when the regulation was introduced. So, for example, during an emergency event like flooding, dairy farms may be impacted by floodwaters. Dairy farms normally are required to have regular inspection of milk according to a predetermined schedule, but that may be inhibited as a result of the floodwaters. Without a regulation that basically, I guess, gives them a break from that requirement, all of these dairy farmers would be deemed to be in non-compliance. The Lieutenant Governor and Council would be authorized under this section to make a regulation retroactive to a certain time period, which would have the effect of ensuring no person is out of compliance. So let's say a provincial state of emergency is called on the Monday, and it is for extreme flooding, and you have a number of farmers who or dairy farmers who are required to have regular inspection of their product by law. And because of the floodwaters, they're not able to get that inspection done. There's a lot else going on, and the inspectors aren't able to get to the farm. But because of everything that goes on during an emergency, it isn't until the Friday that it is recognized that we need to address this, or else we have a whole bunch of dairy farmers in non-compliance of the regular law. And so on Friday, a order or a regulation is created that gives a break to these farmers on the requirement for those inspections. However, in the meantime, between Monday and Friday, we have a whole bunch of farmers that are in non-compliance. By dating that regulation retroactive to Monday, we cover off all of the farmers and nobody is out of compliance in recognition of the emergency event.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Minister, for the second attempt. I think I do understand. And I think you actually touched on what my fear was. So because of that retroactive nature of whatever regulation might be created by the government, I guess I was worried about compliance issues that people or businesses or persons may find themselves actually in a position of being non-compliant. But if I understood correctly, this is actually to help those individuals that are non-compliant, and this would actually put them back into a good spot. Is that correct?
Minister.
Yes, so under 80, actually, sorry, if the chair would give me a moment, I'm just going to verify for my team.
Minister.
Okay, so section 82 is, sorry, again, this is getting late in the day and I just want to make sure that I'm reading the right thing. So yes, the Lieutenant Governor cannot make a regulation under section 86, which we're coming up to, that penalizes an individual for failure to comply with a provision of a regulation if that regulation was applied retroactively and at the time the person took the action, they were not in contravention of the regulation. So effectively, between sections 82 and 86, it is possible for a regulation to be applied retroactively in order to not penalize people, but it can't be applied retroactively in a way that does penalize people.
Thank you, Minister. Members, shall clauses 82 through 88 inclusive carry? Aye. So ordered. On clause 89, member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come back to a discussion that I know the Minister will recall after many days of discussion here in committee stage. On recovery powers, clause 89 sub 2A, it does make reference again to the description of objects or sites of heritage value. When the Minister and I had discussion about this in the context of, for example, clause 51, we did have a discussion around how heritage value is defined. So I appreciate and I do note and I do acknowledge and I look back at Hansard what that discussion looked like in terms of the Minister's previous responses, but I wanted to give the opportunity to the Minister here, recognizing that there was certainly an acknowledgement that the guidance document would provide some further guidance to at least in the context of clause 51, and that was in the area of risk assessments for local governments. Just checking that in terms of who needs to take this into account. That the guidance document would speak to heritage value. So in the context of recovery powers here in Division 6, even though recognizing we're talking about the Lieutenant Governor and Council in terms of that particular authority, just I'd like to ask through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister describe what will be considered here to be an object or site of heritage value?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. What would be considered an object or site of heritage value does not change throughout the EDMA, so uh, it would be as we discussed in section 51. It would apply here as well.
Member.
So in terms of the application of heritage value to this particular recovery power, does the way in which objects or sites of heritage value as it pertains to the exercise of the recovery powers, when and how they may be exercised, this certainly when we talked previously about Clause 51, when we referred to this term, it was in relation to foreseeable hazards and assessing the potential consequences for if an emergency occurs for objects or sites of heritage value. Here we're talking about recovery though, so in that case, is the assessment of heritage value any different? Because one could expect that when we're talking about recovery, there is now a definite ascertainable, it's not a forecast any longer in terms of the impact, there's not a potential consequence or a foreseeable hazard, reasonably foreseeable hazard. We're talking now about recovery in the context of there's been damage done to a site of heritage value or objects of heritage value. So does that assessment of heritage value change in nature as to what the expectation will be in terms of the standard of review or assessment?
Minister.
So I think that it would be helpful to clarify what Section 89 does. And so a declaration of provincial recovery period that was made under Section 62 signals a transition from response to recovery and authorizes Lieutenant Governor and Council to use a subset of the available emergency response powers for up to 90 days at a time in support of recovery activities. And so Section 89, Sub 2, Sub A explains that Lieutenant Governor and Council may, by regulation, prohibit entry into any structure or onto any land by any person and for any purpose related to protecting the health, safety, or well-being of persons, the safety of property or objects or sites of heritage value, or taking emergency measures to recover from the emergency. Section 89 does not change the definition of objects or sites of heritage value, does not affect it. Or affect that definition or how objects or sites of heritage value are identified or are identified. Rather, it notes that such recovery powers can be used to protect objects or sites of heritage value, as it can also be used to protect health, safety, or well-being of persons or the safety of other property.
Recognizing member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that, as I've said in speaking to this afternoon, Bill 41, the Forestry Statutes Amendment Act, Bill 40, the Amendment to the School Act, and of course, spending the time that I have with the member for Caribou-Chilcotin here with the minister on Bill 31, that the challenge, of course, with the process in terms of how this government administers and manages the House, as I've said on those two other bills, and I'll just say for the third time today in this venue, is frustrating. You know, it's a challenge for, I'm sure, the members, the two members of the third party, the two members of the fourth party, putting aside why it is that official party status is given to a two-member caucus, putting aside that determination by this government, I'll say that it's a challenge, right? Because third party members, fourth party members have a challenge in being in three houses at once. And certainly a member like myself has a challenge in participating in the important bill reviews at committee stage on these bills. So in terms of just the opportunity to discuss with the minister the powers under recovery, when I see what the minister referred to under Division 2 recovery phase, the 90-day period she referred to, and Clause 76, for example, which is referred to in Clause 89 sub 2 or 89 sub 1. Clause 76, of course, says the minister may by order do one or more of the following: appropriate use or control the use of any personal property. So just focusing on that particular subclause, when we're talking about the Lieutenant Governor and Council prohibiting the entry, well, we're talking about doing all these things in Clause 1, and then without limiting the particular subsection 1B, which relates to land and other property of Clause 76. The minister does refer to the recovery phase as being for 90 days. So, in the context of the example that we've used throughout this bill review, the lessons learned from Lytton, if there's a situation where we have an extreme disaster for the entire village, in this case of Lytton, and there's determination necessary, and appreciate again, the minister has said in respect of Clause 51, that doesn't mean that the Heritage Conservation Act is engaged, even though this bill is referring to language around heritage value. Again, I would suggest to the minister, when we're talking about heritage value of a property, that's direct language that's used in the Heritage Conservation Act, but we've had that discussion about Clause 51 already. But even if I take that point from the minister, the point I'm making here is that we're talking about, under Clause 76 sub 1, the appropriation well, we're talking about the appropriate use or control. The minister may by order do one or more of the following: appropriate, use, or control the use of any personal property. So, given that it's only for the 90-day period, first of all, I'd like the minister to reconfirm that that's the case. And then secondly, in terms of, again, talking about objects or sites of heritage value, is that assessment being done then within that 90 days or prior to the 90 days? Is that assuming that the Lieutenant Governor and Council, when they're exercising this power under 89 sub 2, already has had that determination made so that they can move quickly to exercise the powers under 89 sub 1 and 2? Or is that determination relating to heritage value to be determined during that 90-day recovery phase? And if so, is that not a challenge for government to be able to make that determination, given that it's taken, what is it now, 900 days within Lytton to get to the point where the government has announced that there is objects and sites of heritage value that's being a challenge to the recovery phase? So I've asked 4 separate questions there. I'm happy to repeat some of them as the minister goes, but why don't we just start there? Mr. Chair, if she was able to track my sub-questions, and then I can follow on from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll try to respond to the questions that I caught. So yes, a recovery period is for 90 days, but it can be extended as required. I also heard a question about when an assessment of objects or sites of heritage value is completed. To reiterate previous response, there is no formal assessment that is required under the EDMA. However, we would identify sites of heritage, objects or sites of heritage value through the planning process, through the development of risk assessments, emergency management plans. Many of these sites will be identified to us by an entity, including but not exclusively an IGB. And it is possible that through the emergency response process, that additional objects or sites of heritage value could be identified, and at which point the recovery powers could also apply to those sites too.
See no further questions. Shall clause 89 pass? Aye. Shall clause 90 pass? Aye. So order, my apologies, so order. Recognizing the member for Vancouver and Gara.
On clause 90.
Yes, my apologies.
No worries. I just would like to convey on the record, we had a long discussion with the minister relating to these similar provisions in this bill. For example, clause 55, which is entitled Consultation and Cooperation with Indigenous Peoples, and we have this provision here in clause 90, and I know subsequently further in clause 120, for example. So first of all, I wanted to just thank the member from, the new member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant. We had a side discussion as she gave me some feedback about my questions and conversation with the minister about consultation, cooperation with Indigenous peoples. By way of example, as I said to the member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant, I referred to the Haida decision in 2004 as a seminal case relating to the duty to consult and relating to accommodation. Her point that she would add on, of course, is that there's other, if we were talking about case law, the Silcoteen decision, of course, more recently has set other standards relating to consultation that need to be taken into account. As we know, with the discussion with the minister has explained on the record that that is not the test being applied in the context of this bill when we're talking about consultation cooperation. For example, again, local authorities and critical infrastructure owners that need to do that with Indigenous governing bodies, and that it's spelled out in the bill, in the legislation, and the various related relevant clauses, and that there's the guidance document to come as well that will set out further guidance to, for example, a local authority as to what consultation and cooperation will mean. So I just wanted to note that, Mr. Chair, on the record, and again thank the member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant for her attentiveness and her feedback. In terms of clause 90, as we look at that clause, I would say that we have a similar construction in some respects, and I just wanted to, through you, Mr. Chair, ask the minister, when we're talking in clause 90 sub 2 sub b little 3, the language is around consider any comments received from the Nisga'a Nation or Treaty First Nation or an Indigenous governing body, and so on. So I'm looking for the language that I've seen elsewhere, but perhaps I'll just ask the minister this. As we talk about this provision, that consideration test of comments what is that to look like in terms of just demonstrating that those comments have been considered? And is there any record of that consideration that's provided for or required here? And secondly, beyond just consideration, if there's any agreement or disagreement respect of those comments, what happens at that stage?
recognizing the Minister of Emergency Management and the Climate Readiness.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So, the question was, what does it look like to consider comments received from an Indigenous governing body, Niska Nation, Tree First Nation, and will it include a record? So, first off, I think it's important to clarify that the consultation, engagement, and cooperation requirements are not limited just to considering comments, but also to consult and cooperate and to give notice and to take into account, to consider the rights of Indigenous peoples on whose behalf the Modern Treaty Nation or Indigenous governing body referred to in earlier paragraphs of of that subsection acts. There's not a hard and fast rule about what this looks like. It will be very context dependent. So considering comments could include if the context of the action being taken is time sensitive, it could very well be a phone call directly to the leader of a First Nation and have a conversation there. It could, in another context where the decision is not imminent or time sensitive, it could be receiving comments by email and meetings of technical staff to have broader conversations. The legislation doesn't include a requirement for documentation, but certainly it would be prudent for ministries and the province to keep records of consultation, of comments for future reference and future decision making. It is also possible that through agreements with Indigenous governing bodies, that there are formal record keeping provisions in those agreements, if made by those agreements. And there was also a question around what happens in instances where there are disagreements around the consideration of those comments. And I would say that in many cases, this is going to overlap with our constitutional duty to consult. It's notable that, or it's worth noting that Section 90 does not require that we reach an agreement on the outcome in this context, but certainly as a province, we are responsible for the actions that we take, the consequences, the impacts that those actions take. If we fail to consider the comments of an Indigenous governing body or Niska Nation or Treaty First Nation, then that can result in negative impacts to them. And so it's incumbent on us to ensure that we have considered that in the context of the decision being made. We are responsible for the relationships that we have and maintain with Indigenous governing bodies. And good relationships are built on good faith actions and conversations. And so certainly it would be incumbent on us to ensure that we are taking those comments in a good way. And with that, Chair, I wonder if we might be able to request a recess.
Yeah, we'll call a recess for 5 minutes. Is this 5 minutes enough? Yeah, I call for a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everyone. We are on clause 90. Do we have any more questions? Recognizing member for Vancouver Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the fulsome response from the minister, and I also that I started at the so-called tail end of the framework, and as the minister started in her response, she took us through the framework that's contemplated under Clause 90. I would note that a couple of things in addition to what the minister has said. My sense is in her response that she is certainly recognizing the honor of the Crown as we are talking about the obligations and requirements on the minister herself in this provision, for example. And again, I recognize, Mr. Chair, that there are similar frameworks around consultation and cooperation and engagement with Indigenous peoples and other provisions of the bill that, again, some of which we've dealt with in, for example, Clause 55. Here, though, the distinction between Clause 55 and Clause 90, at least the way I see it, is Clause 55 did refer to the term lead minister and went on to include local authorities, public sector agencies, or critical infrastructure owners. In this case, Mr. Chair, in Clause 90, we are talking about the minister herself. And certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, first, in recognition of what the minister has said in her fulsome response, both in terms of good faith, I will also add the minister has referred to, certainly in the context of Clause 55, beyond the guidance and beyond what's spelled out in the bill, which I think would be applicable here in Clause 90, although I would ask the minister to confirm that, given that we're talking about a minister of the Crown here. I will say also to the minister, and I note in her previous responses, that she would also consult with, as necessary, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, for example. So there are other resources that a minister of the Crown could draw in order to ensure that the minister herself is complying with what is contemplated in this example clause. So in keeping that in mind, Mr. Chair, is the standard that we're talking about in terms of consultation and cooperation under Clause 90 sub 3 of this bill, and then the notice requirement, the details of the intended action, the consideration of comments. And I'll just stop there because I do want to talk about consent. That is in Clause 4, but just to stop and just focus on the key words of Clause 3, excuse me, subclause 3 of 90. When the minister is looking at her duties to comply with what's set out here, is there any higher standard that she sees as a minister of the Crown in order to address this level of consultation and cooperation? And secondly, other than this legislation and an understanding of what is set out in terms of case law, in terms of the honor of the Crown and that responsibility to Indigenous peoples and First Nations, is it contemplated that there would actually be other guidance set out in respect of Clause 90 in the guidance document?
recognizing the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
Chair. So yes, the honor of the crown applies in all of our dealings with Indigenous peoples. The province also has its constitutional obligations to consult with Indigenous peoples, and those duties may overlap with, but are not limited by the obligations of the EDMA. What consultation and cooperation looks like under this section could vary, but could also be informed by agreements within created with Indigenous governing bodies within this legislation. And we have been working on a draft guidance document, on draft guidance documents for consultation and cooperation, including for obligations under Section 90.
Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the minister's efforts and the team around her over the last 8 days. I may or may not have the opportunity to say this tomorrow, so I'll just say it on the record today. I appreciate the minister's patience to go through the complex nature of this bill and much of the details to be spelled out and understood, including by way of regulation and guidance. So again, appreciate all of your efforts here through you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question here, and depending on the response, I may not have any further questions on this clause. In terms of clause 90 sub 4, as I mentioned in my previous question, it does refer to consent. So here, Mr. Chair, the minister must not take the action contemplated or described in subsection 2A that will affect an area unless the Nisga'a Nation or Treaty First Nation, as applicable, consents to the action being taken. So obviously the word consent with Indigenous Nation, Nisga'a here or Treaty First Nation has great import to it. And I'd just like to ask through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, when we're talking about consent here, what is contemplated here under this provision in terms of the form of the consent and the nature of the consent and the process to obtain that consent with the Nisga'a Nation or a Treaty First Nation?
Minister.
Thank you. So the legislation itself does not lay out a process, and so based on what's in the legislation, that process to achieving consent would be very context specific. That being said, we do have a standing relationship with modern treaty nations. We work together on development of this legislation. We'll be continuing to work together with them on development of regulation, and would certainly be working with continue to work with them in this context as well to uh, so that there's good understanding of what that process will be in between us.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the response. And I certainly understand and appreciate the relationship with the modern treaty nations and the work that's been done to date and more to come. But that would suggest that when the regulations are to come, that there is still some further work as to understanding how the process, the form of consent, what's going to be required, such that the minister would not take a specific action in clause 92 sub A, which is making an order or recommending that the Lieutenant Governor and Council make a regulation or take any other action in relation to clause 6, which then again relates to what we've been looking at, clauses relating to land and other property, general restrictions and recovery powers, and then clause 89 sub 2 as well. So there are certain areas of this bill in terms of the powers that are exercisable by the minister, either through Lieutenant Governor and Council or otherwise, making orders that would be subject to specific consent by the Nisga'a or the Treaty First Nation. I do appreciate the earlier discussion with the minister in terms of recognition of self-governance rights, including for the Nisga'a Nation and the Treaty First Nation. So I do appreciate that where that is coming from, so to speak. But in terms of the actual understanding of the process to get to consent and recognizing that oftentimes, as we know, there is expectation around that, what the consent process ought to look like. Does the minister have good expectation at this point that there will be a sufficient level of understanding and agreement with Nisga'a Nation and Treaty First Nation as to the nature and form and process for that consent? And did I hear the minister correctly to hear that this will be set out in the regulation as well, or is this in the guidance document?
Minister.
Thank you. So, the the treaties have provisions for response to emergencies, and we have strong relationships with our treaty partners, and we are confident that we can develop the right type of process to meet the needs of this legislation. It will not be set out in regulation. My reference to the development of regulations was to emphasize our ongoing relationship with them and commitment to work with them on all aspects of this legislation. The process to achieve consent under this provision will likely be specific to each nation. And so while our guidance documents might provide some high level tools and guidance, it is likely that we would need to work with each treaty nation and or the Niska nation to ensure that there's common understanding of how this will be implemented.
Yeah. My apologies. Shall clause 90 to 106 inclusively? Aye. So ordered. My apologies, my brain. I don't know what's going on with my brain. Clause 107. Oh, recognizing member for Karabuchi-Colton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions on 107, and that is, I guess the first question is this a new power that's being bestowed on local governments?
Minister.
Generally, no, these are not new powers. They are in some sections further enumerated. So when we were talking about provincial powers, where we specifically laid out some of those powers, that those sections would apply here as well. What's new is the ability to use these powers under the recovery period as opposed to a state of emergency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And so under both of those periods or timelines, they can obviously exercise similar powers to what the province can, which is all good. I just wonder if there are situations where damage or businesses perhaps may suffer consequences because a local authority has used some of these powers. Do those will those challenges be sort of a problem of local authorities, or will the province step in to help in those situations? Where will those responsibilities fall?
Minister.
I was wondering if the member might be able to repeat his question. I'm not sure I quite followed it.
Member.
Because of actions, Chair, that may occur by exercising these powers, if there is situations where damage is done to property, those types of things, I know that there are mechanisms for people to try to secure some of those funding or some of that help from the province. Do those responsibilities stay with the province, or will that fall to the local authority?
Minister.
So section 123 talks about when a person is entitled to compensation due to damages caused by the exercise of a power. The person is entitled to claim compensation under that section from the entity that exercised that power. So if it was government, so it would be from provincial government if the minister or the lieutenant governor and council exercise the power. It would be from the local authority if the local authority exercised the power.
Member.
Thank you very much. Actually, sorry, we can go to 108.
Shall 107, clause 107 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 108? Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to spend a couple of minutes discussing item number 2 here. As far as the consultation and coordination, this is obviously with respect to evacuation and reentry. And I know that those are complicated processes, but it's the reentry that I'm interested in understanding what that consultation might look like. And if I could just get a better sense of what the minister would expect in that situation.
Wait, say hands up. Minister.
Thank you. So it may be helpful to speak to the intention of this section. So an example of where this subsection would apply is, let's say you have a local authority who is evacuating an area, and it is adjacent to another jurisdiction. So one jurisdiction is evacuating their area. It is adjacent to another jurisdiction, and likely that their evacuees are going to be transiting through that other jurisdiction. Then the local authority must consult and coordinate, so as in ensure that that adjacent authority knows what is happening and that they're going to be having evacuees traveling through their area, or yeah, like so it's basically to ensure that local authorities are talking to each other when evacuations happen, that you don't have municipalities or regional districts suddenly dealing with hundreds or thousands of people going through their communities without understanding why or what's happened, or having any chance to coordinate the evacuation routes, or have an understanding of basically what's happening. I'm going to pass it back to the member who might want to elaborate on any further questions that he has on that.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister. I guess what threw me off on that, it just seems to me that that's already happening. I mean, it already happens. So I see the Minister shaking her head. I am getting used to looking at you on a TV, Minister. So anyhow, with respect to this clause, I mean, are there examples of why this needs to be in place? And then I guess the second question is, if that doesn't happen, are there any compliance measures that might be levied against the local authority that was making those decisions?
Minister.
Yeah, so the current Emergency Program Act, it doesn't contain a requirement for any consultation between organizations. So I would say that that kind of communication is inconsistent right now. The EDMA lays out that it becomes a requirement. It is not considered an offense under Section 150, and so it isn't subject to those fines or penalties.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one last question on this, and I guess I wondered where the clause came from and why, because like I said, I've been one of those folks that have been forced to evacuate, and frankly, I couldn't believe how incredibly organized many things were. By the time we got to Kamloops, Chair, they were set up at the arena for us, and the community was there to greet us, and so it's not as though we have a bunch of highways to choose from, certainly in the north. So I guess I just wondered what was the driving force behind this clause, and that'll be my final question on this clause.
Minister.
I think we can say that we're incredibly grateful for all of the communities who step up during emergencies to support one another. The cross-community collaboration is it's really quite fantastic, and we're so grateful for that. This clause is included in the EDMA really to formalize the requirement to ensure that emergency responses are effective and coordinated in order to better protect lives and property in the affected areas. That isn't to say that it isn't happening right now, but it is inconsistent, and we would like that kind of cooperation and consultation across jurisdictions to be more consistent right across the province, as we know that it does help support better responses and supporting of people and communities.
Shall clause 108 to 121 inclusively pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister, I ask you to note in the hour, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to my critic. Noting the hour, I move that committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, the question is that a committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. The committee now stands adjourned.